Hi, welcome to relaxing painting stream. I'm Nichole. Let me here. Alright. I'm Nichole, and today we're gonna be doing some more set dressing painting. You can see here I have a variety of things. My wife Lexi will be joining me shortly. We're doing a Western themed one-shot, so I have a variety of set dressings we're going to be working on for that. Like this stone fence, for example, that I'm dropping, and some safes that Lexi designed for a bank. We 3D print everything that you see here on those 3D printers behind me. And if you're interested, the attributions for them, the designers, are on our website, DysonDungeons.com, under the attributions tab. Yeah. You're here now. Hi. Hi. Is this your cell phone? No, they don't know what time it is. Right.
Yeah.
On our live show.
On our live show. It is not the time you think it is.
So we have a whole bunch more of our Western style house building that we're going to do, the sort of Southwest style, mission style painting to sort of finish a scene for our one shot here. Does anyone do a flip on a live show? Do they? Like
I know, you're gonna get me to do a flip. There. Flip accomplished.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah, tomorrow we're actually filming our Western themed one shot.
So I have a bunch of scenery pieces. We have safes you designed and we printed. We have stone fences. What would you like over there?
Well, I will take the safes. I'll do those.
Safe?
Yeah. And I'm gonna get some printing over here.
Yeah. I just pulled them off. I wasn't sure what you. Alright, so what I'm going to need for the Southwest building here is our flat red. I need the dark sand. I'll need the flat black. Do I need anything else? I'll need some silver for the doors. So these doors they have a base coat on, but they need to be cleaned
You
up.
want a chainmail?
Yeah, I'll be using that.
I'm gonna use the same thing on the safes.
Okay, well.
Yes.
There's a lot of...
Maybe I'll experiment with some of our other metals.
I have dark aluminum here. There's a steel floating around somewhere. There's like a chrome.
A lot of aluminum colors. Because
metal.
Yeah.
I would recommend... Well, if you wash it, you could use pretty much anything. Do you want... So, the dark aluminum is okay? It's a little...
On the steel.
The steel is good. I like the
I'll
steel.
use that. They are... So these are the metal paints that we have from Vallejo. And they're really a nice color. They have a nice consistency, but they're liquidy.
Technically, they're airbrushes.
Yeah.
So,
it shouldn't surprise us that they're kind of liquidy.
Yeah.
Can I get my stool? These stools, not really my stool, because I would have had a much lower stool.
Yeah. If you had chosen a stool.
And I'm kind of excited about these pieces. So this is the simple safe that I created. And the neat thing about these, I made them.
Yeah, I know. I mentioned that to the
Did you?
audience. Yep.
I actually made these. This is my first kind of model. It's not perfect.
Why isn't it perfect?
Well, I really like the way the little vault door came out. I like the little gear there. But over here, corner, I was going to throw the focus off there. I have just a couple little knobs that are supposed to be like, combination numbers. And then I have a whole bunch of rivets around the side, and none of those really came out.
The rivets?
Yeah, the rivets didn't really come out. They were just too small for the scale of the model. Which, happens. First time I made anything.
A little party when the printer finishes a piece.
Well, you won't have to wait long, because they are printing... these are just some simple tabs.
That we're going to
It's a circle with a half circle on it.
They'll be holding our character art for combat.
I made these up this week after realizing, hey, sometimes we make our own character art and don't have anything to display it on when we have a fight. So I made these little circular tabs to put the character art on. What are we doing now? Does it have a ball in them? I never noticed that. It's like I've got a spray paint can.
Yeah, just to mix it up.
Every time I'm shaking a bit of paint with a little agitator ball in it, I'm always like...
Oh yeah, like you're making a martini.
You're making a martini. What I feel like. I'm a dork.
Alright. So what I'm doing right now, I'm just getting the wall color in, and then going in, it goes in a little messy, because I mostly just need to get good coverage, and then it's going to get painted over in different things. In this case, a black for the wood. It's sort of a... Well, it's a painted wood, ultimately.
Hang this cap up, because I did some dried paint, and it was like clinging to it and going to the side.
So this dried sand sometimes needs a second coat. You can see some of the black coming through. The color. Oh, I'm gonna get that started now.
I'm trying to get a little bit better picture.
Or you're getting your brushes.
Yeah. they all got moved because we were doing a big glue session.
You get all these pieces together.
Use this one. Hey, this one. This one. This will be good. Very good. And the paper towel go. Oh, over there.
I needed a lot of it for the airbrush. I was doing airbrush cleaning. And it was messy.
Did these pieces get primed over here?
No.
No?
They just came off like a second ago.
Since we are currently using the black primer, it's a little hard to tell if something has been primed or not.
It's basically, is it matte or glossy? So, that's the rule.
This is just about in perfect color.
For what you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, the steel is a very nice color.
Yeah, this is a nice color. And usually it's a little on the hard to work with side because it's so
Loose.
loose, but on these pieces,
Or you're just looking for coverage?
yeah, that goes okay. I might end up kind of redesigning this piece
Mm-hmm.
and putting it up on Thingiverse.
Hmm.
Because I like it enough where I kind of want to share it with folks. But before I do, I want to get the
rivets, right?
rivets right. Because see, I'm gonna get closer here. Camera. So all along these edges, I have little rivets, but they just don't stick. And they just gonna get pulled because they're too small for them to be really effective. So they're designed well for the scale when you just look at the image, but not so much with the printing. And I've actually just started recently getting into more 3D design.
Mm-hmm.
I'm enjoying doing it, but I have a lot to learn. It helps that I've been 3D printing for a while, so I kind of know what will work and what doesn't. That gives me a little bit of an advantage.
In the designing.
But there's still things that artistically you're like, ooh, yeah, that's really good. And you kind of go forward with that, and then you print it. Even though you think it might work, it just doesn't.
A lot of walls.
Yeah, I can see
And
that.
floors.
Here.
Hmm.
I'm noticing with this design, there is one part of the gearing on the front
Mm-hmm.
that on every single model, the same spot has the same printing problem. So I'll have to retool that because it's not great.
Are you painting that wheel in brass?
I will paint the wheel itself in brass, yeah.
Yeah. That would be like an old-timey safe, though. We're low on my clients today. Well, it's a bank, that's why there's so many safes. So back in the olden Western days, vaults weren't really a thing.
Yeah. The modern vault, as we think of it, hadn't really been invented because
Steel manufacturing wasn't that great.
Exactly. Steel manufacturing wasn't all that great, and more importantly, because we had gotten steel manufacturing pretty good by the late 19th century.
With like blast furnaces and stuff.
Yeah, with blast furnaces and all of the innovations of Andrew Carnegie.
The people he paid.
I mean, I'll give credit where credit's due. He did come up with a lot of innovations about mass-producing steel, and he learned how
true.
steel, production works. Because we've known how to make steel
For some time.
for a long time now.
Because it's just iron with carbon added to it, effectively.
Yeah, for well more than 1,000 years, we've known how to make steel. But adding carbon to iron,
It's
which is
not
what you do with
easy
steel. No, it's not
on
particularly
scale.
easy.
Generally, what you do is you use some sort of like charcoal or coal to introduce carbon.
You would.
Next, you'll tell me there wasn't a giant mechanical spider in the Wild West.
There wasn't.
There was actually.
No.
No.
There was no giant mechanical spider in the Wild West. There was a giant mechanical spider in the Wild West.
What about the giant mechanical spider of Appaloosa?
Yeah, it's in the Wild West.
Oh, it's the Wild West.
Yeah. The regular Wild West.
The plain old, the vanilla
Didn't have that, yeah.
store brand Wild West. Versus the
Exactly.
Wild West.
The Kirkland brand the Kirkland brand West had no giant spiders. They had none. So I'm gonna...
Again, all the good stuff is in the DLC. Exactly.
More to the point with the vault, though. Even though we had figured out steel manufacturing very large plates was still quite expensive, which is what you would need for a vault.
Because you want to encase it.
And although certainly doable, and some places eventually paid those prices, also very, very expensive and very hard to move pieces of metal that heavy because, well, didn't have the kinds of heavy machinery that we do now capable of lifting such things in a small space.
So, they'd often just do thick bricking for banks and then have safes.
And occasionally some steel bar reinforcement within the bricking.
Yeah. It was a lot cheaper.
They'd have like a cage around the safes,
so
like an iron bar cage.
in the fancy. Things. That does mean when you rob a bank, though, like, you either are grabbing a whole bunch of safes and throwing them on a wagon, or you're like, you don't have like that dramatic, like, take me to the vault that you get in heist movies and stuff, and then they're like, they put in a code and the big vault door opens. It's like, open that safe, and you know, they're like, ugh. There you go, open that safe. Okay, open that safe, you know.
Exactly.
It was a lot more drawn out, less dramatic.
Fairly early on within the deployment of the safe as like a banking device, bank robbers were actually fairly common in the early days of the West, and still back in the eastern part of the United States. Bank robbers were much more common than they are today, and it necessitated a fairly quick evolution of having time-locked safes. So if someone tried to rob the bank, the bank would be like, well, the safes don't even open up for this long, so you're just going to have to content yourself with whatever's in the drawers. And they said this was safer. Although, there are some signs that it might have actually led to more shootings of bank tellers.
Out of frustration. And...
yeah. Because now the bank tellers couldn't do anything.
What was the money safe?
Yeah. Let's not lose the focus here.
I was worried. Human life, I mean, but this is America. Right?
Exactly. Who cares about
Bank
people,
teller.
darling, when there's money?
I'm sure that was their rationale. This dark sand is a lot better with the second coat. It's a lot more saturated.
Do the backside. Get that done. And then I'm gonna move on to doing everything else, but I figured I should try to get the backside done fairly quickly, since eventually it'll just need to be laying on its back.
Mm-hmm.
For as liquidy as this paint is, it actually dries fairly quick.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's a nice paint.
Our printers are harmonizing.
They really are.
More of those player discs. That's what I'm printing.
We need a few of them. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, really harmonizing.
Yeah, it's sort of mesmerizing in here. You're like, oh. Normally I wouldn't bother so much with the paper towel underneath the pieces, but this is really liquidy paint.
It does cause the camera to get a little like, what am I looking at?
Yeah, it tries to engage in a lot of white balancing. And
But
it's
it's like looking at white paper.
yeah,
How do I balance this?
you don't. It sounds like I mean, they're going very deliberate and very slow, but it sounds like they're struggling over there.
I was thinking they're engaging in some sort of, like, demon summoning chant.
It might be. You never know. How do you know they're not summoning a demon?
I know what summoning a demon sounds like. Right. Should know better. Exactly.
It's taking a minute while these dry.
Yeah, I was gonna get some coffee after I finish this last one. And then I have to use probably all the red we have on all these floors.
Yeah, we need to put in a paint order soon.
Yeah.
Looking good though.
Alright. Alright. So I also have 8 floor tiles here. And hopefully enough red. If I don't have enough red, that'll be something to figure out. Yeah.
Yeah. Then we'll have to,
Run over to a hobby shop.
or just get a knife.
Mm-hmm. For blood.
What? I was talking about, like, scraping the sides of the paint and then slowly dissolving into mild alcohol mixture.
With blood.
Well, yeah, that's obvious. We do have a little more red in there.
That's gloss.
Oh, is it gloss? Okay. That won't work.
So we might be running out to a store.
We might be running up to a store. That's okay. We actually need to go out today anyway.
That's true. But I might not be finishing the tiles on stream today. If I run out of red.
We might have to go and get some paint from a store nearby us. Scarring and dramatic and certainly not all that bad.
What are you doing?
I don't know. Why are you asking what I'm doing?
I should know better.
I barely know what I'm doing.
I can try and get this, just do 2 coats of this. Usually this red wants 3 coats. To save some. If you want me to.
No, if we need to go out, we can go out. I mean, the worst thing about going out is that I'm gonna have to put pants on.
Yikes.
You know how scarring that is for me. Give those a minute to dry. Oh. On a magnet.
Look at you.
Are they coming?
No, that's fine. I want those to dry a little more
Yeah.
before I put red on them.
Well, I thought I need this cardigan because it's usually cold, but I don't want to be warm right now.
So I think I could get away with 2 coats.
I'll leave it up to you. I'm gonna go over, see how this is shaped up with one coat. Do you think they need a second?
I don't know. It depends on how saturated you want them.
I think I might go for one more coat. Still seeing a lot of black come through in some parts. Less black in others. I think I'd like them to be just a little bit more saturated.
A little more consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that paint takes way too long to dry.
Which paint? Yeah.
Sorry, you asked right as I took a big drink.
That's okay. Did I make you choke?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay. The dark sand, well, in general on the walls, has a tendency to pool a little along the bottom edge. And that can take a while to dry, regardless of color. Just because it's thicker. But in this case, the dark sand. Alright.
Okay. Oh, just a little stuffed up with the sort of. It's still
Variation.
It's still cold, but not completely frozen. And then all the leaf molds as the snow melts. You and I have both been just
a little allergenic.
Oh yeah, I'm very nasally, very stuffed up. I'm working very hard to make sure that I don't talk through my nose. And I'm only having some partial success. I just can't really get around some of the nasaliness. I mean, first blow, I'm from Michigan.
That already sets you up for failure. In that regard. Right.
If you're going to try to overcome nasaliness, pro tip, don't be from Michigan.
First thing you should try.
Try not being from Michigan. If that doesn't work for you, try not being from Minnesota or Wisconsin. Most of Illinois and Indiana. Ohio. Bits of Pennsylvania. Try not being from any of those places.
And then that's the only thing.
You can do that. Good.
Congratulations.
Welcome to our relaxing painting hour, where we sit down in a basement, talk casually, and watch paint dry.
And drink coffee.
And drink coffee now.
I drank coffee before. Sometimes.
Now we always drink coffee. Alright. I think these are probably dry. Yeah, they're dry on my faces.
I can guarantee 100% I do not have enough paint to do all of these.
And it looks like we're making a trip to the hobby paint store. That's the name of the store. It's the hobby paint store.
Do you know the actual name?
Yeah, it's the hobby paint store where you go get paints for your hobbies.
And your hobby horses.
And they call it the hobby paint store, 'cause they named the store after what you get there. Wanted to make it nice and clear that only thing you can buy at the hobby paint store.
Who says to drink paint and watch coffee dry?
Oh,
That's bad advice.
that is very bad advice.
Wong's complaining that you sing more than your bard does. I don't know if he's complaining about your singing or the bard not singing.
Yeah, wait a minute. Are you complaining that the bard doesn't sing enough, or are you complaining that I sing too much?
There's a big difference.
Because, and there is a right answer.
You're stating things, not complaining. Sounds like a complaint to me.
Sounds like a complaint to me. You're stating facts that are obvious? I love that we have a bard in our campaign and the bard like never sings. It's my favorite bard.
He's an instrumentalist.
He's a virtuoso.
Exactly. I'm basically out of red.
But wait. You didn't fill it with a couple drops of alcohol and...
Dilute it so it's not usable.
Yeah! I could have done that.
Yep.
I feel like you don't respect my idea.
Yep.
Hey!
But I guess I'll be working on some fences while I wait for those walls to finish drying.
Ooh. I'm sorry for this terrible whiteness.
What?
I'm sorry for this terrible whiteness. I give you lutefisk so you have good feelings. That you sounded a bit like Oaken for a moment there.
Am I going to put them in a safe place?
Nope, gonna throw him in the fires of Mountain Doom.
That's pretty safe. Not many people go in there.
I mean, just because not many people go there doesn't mean it's safe. There's an active volcano. There's a difference.
I don't understand. A difference from what?
Places where not many people go and are safe, are like hyper secure vaults.
I'm super introverted, so anywhere where people don't go is safe. Right?
It's a fair point.
Alright. Well,
I've been told my entire life by my family that I'm not introverted, I don't have any antisocial tendencies, on the basis that I am spending time with them at that moment.
you can't be introverted because you've spent time with someone ever.
I'm spending time with people and talking with them, therefore I am not introverted or antisocial at all. It's like, that's not how that works.
I'm gonna work on these doors.
But we can talk about that on stream, cause my family doesn't watch.
Except your dad.
He watches, but he's not the target of that.
Yeah, I know.
He knows that too. He'll just be sitting there like, yep. So we're slowly making our way through the book Midnight Sun together.
Uh-huh. A little bit of each night.
And last time we talked about that, your opinion was that you hate Edward even more because he is whiny and like borderline sociopathic.
Borderline.
And I'm checking in now that we're further into the book. What is your impression? Are you still of the same mind?
Yeah. For sure. 100%.
What is the least likable thing for you about Edward?
Like this part.
Just all of them?
Yeah.
For a second, I thought you were doing the turning red. I have a double jointed elbow. I can make a perfect circle.
No, I was doing the How to Train Your Dragon. Can't you fix, this? You just gestured to all of me. Yeah. That's what I was doing.
I forget the voice actor's name who does Hiccup.
The super flat voice.
Yeah, but I really like his voice. You just gestured to all of me. Exactly!
Yeah, I was doing that. Oh wow, I haven't used the tiny brush in so long. I've been doing so many sounds. I forgot. I was like forgetting what this felt like.
Well, that is understandable. You know who can help you remember what it feels like, though?
What? Who?
All the wonderful folks at the hobby paint store.
Ah, the hobby paints.
Sell you paints for hobbies and crafts. Then they criticize your crafts. Cause they tell
Did you just write
that...
crafts and crafts together?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they tell you that this paint is just for hobbies. Cause it's the hobby paint store. Not the hobby and craft paint store. It's like, why did I marry you?
I didn't say that. Out loud.
One of my favorite sort of internal jokes to make is when you buy something for a specific purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Like over there on our shelves, we have the trees that are meant for train set models.
Mm-hmm.
And we are using them to play D&D. And I love the idea of just the model train set designers being super angry that
That's not the intended purpose.
can't use that for D&D. Trains. Just being frothing mad about
It's
that.
illegal.
Go clean these up. I'll just let that sit in here. But I'm gonna go rinse the brush out. Or the cup out. Put it back.
Yeah, do you want to rinse this out? Yeah.
Sure.
Since you're gone. Thomas had never seen such bullshit. Yeah, exactly. I don't really remember Thomas the Tank Engine, but train engine? I don't know. Anyway, I know very little about it, obviously. The cameras are flipped on stream? What do you mean? Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm above. Huh. Do you want to go flip the camera somehow? I'm above your work and you're above my work. For some reason. Wonder how that happened.
There we go. Well, that's curious.
What?
So, you started these at... You were about 10, right?
No, you started them.
No, the first time. The first batch of discs that we printed.
I didn't start any today.
You didn't start any today?
No.
Oh. Okay. I thought you did.
No. We haven't pulled any off except at all.
Alright, I was confused.
Temporal shift, exactly.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened. Look out. Now into the world of high contrast. Gray on other gray.
Yeah, it's so exciting. Let's see, have some reflection.
It really does blend in on the edges. You can see it, but it really does blend in.
It'll be a bit better when it's on, like...
Yeah, it stands out a lot better there. Which one? Yeah, I think this one. Is it? Yeah, that's the brass. Little pink cup, short and stout.
You're so singy today.
No.
How do you have so much energy? I'm so tired today.
Coffee? Mostly? I'd say 98% coffee.
I've been drinking coffee.
Yeah, but you've been drinking 90% coffee.
I suppose not. That wasn't even a good joke.
I thought it was a great joke.
Oh my god.
Because I said 90% coffee, say like 90% of the reason that
I definitely understood. You don't need to explain it.
And then I later referred to it as like though, as though it's a product. You're just so full of.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
You're so full of loathing this morning with me. I hate you. I'm good. We're all good.
It's fine, right?
Exactly. It's fine.
Enjoying yourself?
Oh yeah. I am enjoying myself with this. Thank you for checking.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Do you need paint? Is it for a hobby or craft?
Is this a doll ad now?
Come on down to the hobby paint store.
Or craft.
There you can buy top-notch
And
paints
subpar.
for your hobby or craft.
Any discount magical craft items?
No.
Here is a pair of knitting needles, enchanted so that you can never lose one of them. one is magically locatable.
The other is not. So as long as you always only lose the magic one, you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really quite happy with how these safes are turning out.
Here's a pin cushion. Is it the same one? It's just one of them. It doesn't change. It's always the same one. Here is a pin cushion for sewing, it in the shape of a tomato. It is an actual magic tomato that won't rot, that you stick your pins into.
The pins do come out disgusting because it's
a real life tomato.
It is a for-real tomato.
And the acids might slowly damage the things you stick the pin in.
And you have just made it like a normal pin cushion? No.
Just no. Okay. Let those dry a little and then do cleanup and wash them. So we'll have a set of doors ready. I'm going to use the restroom.
Have fun. Good luck.
Thanks. Do you want to pop over to my seat and I'll put you on the solo scene while I'm gone?
I'll just leave it like this. It'll be alright. I'll just do some like lounging, like.
I'll set up a interesting scene over here for people to look at. It's a jump ramp.
Now I wish I had like a little Hot Wheels car to put on it.
No, it's for those little finger skateboards.
Only. Together.
Aggressively. Do you have your phone?
Yeah.
Give it to me.
Why?
Because I'm going into the bathroom and my phone is the camera. Thank you. Gotta like all the tweets.
Yeah, I know you are. I really like how these safes are turning out. I've got more details I'm going to throw on. This is a pretty good start. Look at the big brass handle here. And yes, it is that kind of stream. It was almost a disaster. By disaster, I mean a mild inconvenience. Change. Changing the prints. Now, the question is, what should I print next? I finished a set recently. And I'm currently working on an idea that I've had to make building these pieces easier. The problem for us has been when you take these pieces, right? Come over to my camera. When you take these pieces, first problem that we had was gluing this piece and the floor piece to this base. That was the first problem, because there's a lot of shifting. So I resliced these so that this piece and this piece are solid. Combined them, that's a single piece. Now they glue together onto the base here. But I'm working out a way to eliminate basically all gluing, because I still have to glue this piece here, all of this, to the base. I'm trying to figure out how I am going to be able to take this piece here, attach it to this piece here, and glue it all together. Without gluing, actually. Now, the problem seems to have an easy solution in a step that's called a Z-pause. A Z-pause in 3D printing is something that you can program into your print using your slicing program of choice. And what it does is as it climbs up, as it goes higher in print, you set a pause height, a layer that it stops at automatically, and then you can restart it later. Some printers themselves have a manual setting that you can pause the print. Others don't. Ours has a pause. The problem, though, with doing a Z-pause is that when you're using thermoplastics, which is the type of plastics that we're using here, the temperature that the plastic is extruded at and then attached to the plastic next to it, principally beneath it, it can lose adhesion when...
Did you finish printing?
I did, and I'm trying to figure out what to print next.
How many?
And I was explaining Z-pauses.
Do we have enough of these?
I mean, we have... This is...
We had 5 for
you guys, and this would be for everybody else.
Yeah, probably.
That's 4, 8, 12...
128.
17.
If you want a dice jail, just find one and send it. Right?
Yes. So the Z-pause, as I was saying, that was a problem. Because of the nature of thermoplastics, they require certain temperatures to bond to the plastics next to them. And you don't want the plastic to cool too much. So you can Z-pause for a minute, a few minutes at most, and then come and resume it. So you could attach the base, you print out the base, pop in the magnets, and then keep printing, and it would, generally speaking, come out. But if you wait too long to resume the print, well, then you can lose the whole print. It's not good anymore. So there are issues with using a Z-pause technique. And so I've been reluctant to use it. Some people say that you can, pause it for hours and it's just fine. Well, I've looked at the results of pausing them for hours. There's noticeable seams there. Most of the plastics that we print in will have a noticeable seam. I don't really want that. I want a good adhesion. I don't want a seam. And I can't hang on to this paintbrush. For whatever reason today.
So angry.
So angry. So I'm working with some concepts.
For some reason now I'm just thinking of a really pissed off Winnie the Pooh. Just like,
Ooh, so angry, Piglet.
I'm right pissed, Piglet.
Piglet. Christopher Robin is being a bell end. Is there English?
Mm-hmm. Oh dear. What's balance?
A phallus, Piglet.
There seems to be a problem with Z-Pons.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Alright, so these doors need a wash. To tone them down a bit. Okay, I should wait for them to dry fully. Do you have over there? Oh, oh, here it
What you looking for?
is. Neutral gray.
It's over there.
Thanks. Alright, so I'm gonna quickly be putting a base coat on these little stone fences.
So, what should I be printing?
I don't know.
I'm sort of reluctant to start another set, because if I can figure out this...
Desks? Don't you need desks?
I forgot to model desk. Let me go do that real quick. This paint down here is actually pretty dry.
You're heading upstairs, right?
Hmm?
You said you were going upstairs to model.
I am going to go upstairs to model some desks, yeah.
I threw it on solo.
Okay.
So, I am getting the base gray in on some low cobble walls. As you can see. And right now, all I'm really looking for is coverage. So these are going to be fairly simple stone walls. I'm going to be doing a dark gray highlighting throughout them on random stones, and then I'll be getting a black wash, but not much more complicated than that. And I am sorry that I'm so sleepy today. I just did not get enough sleep last night, I guess. Okay. There's a series of little fences. They are all in. They're going to need a minute to dry, just because there's a relatively thick application of paint there. So, right now I have 3 doors that need to be shaded in. These need a little bit of dark gray on them in order to sort of go to the next step. So I'm holding off on the black wash. I think I'll start putting in the black wood on our walls. I'll have to be a little careful down the road when we get more red. And I'm doing the floor to try and not get too much on there. But these look dry enough where I'm happy to start painting the wood section. Since I don't have any red right now, I'm gonna have to wait on the floors here, but I can start doing all of the upper wood around the dark sand here. Okay. So, get my black, and the black's quite low as well. Luckily, I don't need to use quite as much of it as I do the red. So this is sort of a mission style, so I'm doing like a black painted wood here. We have sort of a sand colored plaster, this light beige plaster. And the red floor. The red sort of terracotta floor. So what I'm gonna be doing here is going through and getting all of the front and back faces painted with the wood, and then I'm gonna do the sides afterwards. So, right here, you're sort of defining the edges a bit, and you can see why I was okay being a bit messy in the first section with the sand, because I knew I was going to be going over it like this and cleaning up all those splotches down the road. Yeah. It's starting to shape up. The floors will obviously be a bit, and I have to be very careful to minimize the amount of cleanup I'll need to do down the road. Ideally, I won't have to really do any, but, you know, it happens. Okay, so that's sort of what the inside wall is going to look like as it dries. Obviously the floor is completely untouched, but that's sort of the look we're going for, that sort of dark wood mission style that we've been doing for some time now in preparation for this one shot. Got it all?
Mm-hmm. How's it going down here?
It's fine. Waiting for the gray to dry, so I am putting the black wood on the walls. And obviously we'll have to wait on the floors until we can go get some more red paint. But I figured get everything else ready to go.
Yeah. I had to make sure that I grabbed the right size desk.
Mm-hmm.
Because the desk model
Is extra large.
it's well made. It's not made at the scale that we play at.
So, yeah, it's a little big. And its base size. So you scaled it down, I'm guessing.
Yes, I actually had saved
A scaled down version.
a scaled down version, but I needed to make sure.
Alright, so there is the wall in. I just need to hit the sides later on here. But for now, getting the faces. I'm doing these corners because they're the most annoying. So getting them out of the way. We're gonna want more black when we go to the hobby paint store.
Come on down, it's a short trip away. Pick up supplies for your hobby today. Drive on down to your local hobby paint store. Are you mad that I was able to, on the spot, rhyme all of those things?
No.
I should be writing bad commercial jingles.
Yep.
Well, all local businesses, if you're interested in having someone write a bad and completely uninformed jingle for your business, contact me. Feel free to send us a DM here at Dice and Dungeons, and I will badly sing a poorly written jingle for your
Based
business.
on almost no knowledge about what you do. You can either give a generic description of what they do or the name of your company, not both.
I like that. I do. Who says he's mad all the time?
Time to open a Dice and Dungeons Fiverr store just for bad jingles.
Why do I think that that Fiverr store would sell like 10 jingles, be written up in Newsweek about crazy new internet business has people in stitches, and there would be like 100 tweets about it, and they'd write an article?
Because they don't know what else to write about.
Exactly. And before you think, LOL, good dunk on Newsweek, I want to make it pretty plain and clear that Newsweek, and they're just, as far as I can tell, it's a platform of about 50% meme articles. And mostly clickbait. Doing less damage than most of the other so-called news sites.
Because they're posting innocuous memes.
Yeah. I think with these sites like Newsweek now, apparently, Bored Panda, BuzzFeed, what they did is they were like, wow, Twitter sucks. But there's funny stuff on here. And someone went, what if we had a business where we just took all the stuff from Twitter?
That was funny.
That was fun and humorous.
But you didn't have to wade through all the sea of, like, racism.
And we just put it in a format that's better than Twitter. And they're like, oh, so you mean like we take a rock and tie the message to it and throw it at people's heads? Yes, so that is technically better than Twitter. But I was thinking something more improved.
Safer for your brain than Twitter.
Safer for our hands than Twitter. You might scrape the hands on the rock when you throw it.
That would be a problem, I assume. So do you have a jingle for your jingle company?
We're a jingle company.
That's it.
Yep.
It's catchy.
I'll pull up a reference picture here for something. So I'm working on these. There's something about a safe that's just sort of pretty.
It's got that clean metallic look.
Yeah, you know? There's something kind of pretty about an old-timey safe. Really, any safe, even new-timey safes.
Unless they're like one of those, like, I'm in a closet in a hotel room and I'm beige. You know?
Do you suffer from beige safe syndrome? Are you incredibly boring? Try cocaine. It will make you interesting and probably ruin your life.
It will ruin your life and give you a personality. So,
Is it a good personality?
no.
No. No, it's not. Oh, damn it!
Even fewer people will like you.
Yes, yes. No one will like you.
But no one likes me now.
Well, this way no one will like you and you'll have more energy. And also be destroying your brain.
You'll be destroying.
It's different.
That's the selling point.
That's the pitch. Yeah. I'm glad you like that one. It's different.
I feel like that's something like in like those, like, you know how I guess they still do this, like industries will put out like an ad campaign like got milk and it's just the dairy industry, or like the pork one, I forget what the pork one was.
The other white meat.
Right. And you're just like I feel like that should be the slogan for some big conglomerate
Big conglomerate
industry, like yeah, like conglomerated processed meat. It's different. You know.
Do you know what's in this? Because we sure don't.
It has a very consistency of jelly, but it's very pink. And it comes in slices. It's different.
Yes. I'm putting little accent dots on there. I don't know, is it showing up at all? Not really.
I don't think it'll really show. I think it'll be fine on camera.
I mean, I could do them in brass, but like, they'd really show up then. But that's not how they would use.
Yeah,
Right?
probably not. Yeah, it's almost pizza. It's like pizza, but in a few different key ways. But it's except in a few key ways. I love that SNL ad. It was one of their best ones. Hurry up and eat before it cools down. If anything, it's getting hotter.
What is this, Janet?
It's almost pizza. Oh, so it's like tofu pizza? You can still legally call tofu pizza pizza. This is close to that. Almost pizza by Pfizer.
I'm wondering if there's anything else I can use to...
I think they're fine.
Yeah?
I think they're good.
I'm
They
good?
look like safes.
Okay.
You did a good job.
Alright. Sometimes it's best not to overcomplicate things, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Any dots you put on will end up being splotchy, and then you have to, like, go in with steel again and, like, work it backwards, and, you know, and it's not gonna add all that much.
Alright. Very simple design, very simple pieces, and they're done. What do we have to work on here?
Oh, we need
check with the walls?
dark gray on those.
Dark gray
Highlights,
the walls. I can do that.
The dark gray is next to, right in front of you. So you already have access.
Where's your coffee mug?
Oh, I think I left it upstairs when I went up.
Would you like me to go get it for you?
No, I'll be okay.
I'll go get it for you.
It wasn't really waking me up.
But have you tried 2 cups?
90% coffee. Yes, but what about second coffee?
I don't think he's heard of that.
That's not coffee, that's just cream.
What about 11s? Lunch. Afternoon tea. Excuse me. That came out all of a sudden. It's like, whoa.
How much lembas bread did you eat?
4 loaves. This rock. And this rock. Yeah, do this rock. And these rocks here will do a couple. That one. That one. And this one. If anyone's wondering why I'm choosing the rocks I'm choosing, there's no reason. What?
You really love going. If anyone's wondering about this thing, I'm not gonna tell you.
Well, I did.
I know. No, I know.
I did tell them. There's not a reason why.
I know. I just noticed you like to do that.
It's fun. Dooba dooba doo, dooba doo, dooba dooba dooba.
Are you gonna hit a copyright for that? Dooba do something in the public domain, please.
Dooba doo, dooba doo, dooba doo. Dooba doo, ba dooba da dooba da. Dooba dooba doo dooba.
I was expecting like Bach or something.
I played way too much Sousa to default to Bach. Dooba dooba doo. Dooba 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 dooba.
I was like, alright, what do I... Oh, I already did this one. Yeah, right. Huh.
Hmm.
So when you were dubaing before, I was like, that's the Scooby-Doo theme song, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, immediately recognized it. Now that I'm not actively thinking of it, I'm like, I don't know what the Scooby-Doo theme song sounds like, and I cannot think of it.
Dooba-dooba-doo. Dooba-doo.
Oh, alright. Like, it was weird, like...
Was that baiting me to just...
No, like... I actively couldn't recall what the Scooby-Doo theme song sounds like, but I recognize it when I hear it. It's weird. I have not watched that show since I was a child.
Me either.
I think they're still making like new ones somewhere.
I've never heard it make that noise before. Ding, ding, ding. This is right size. Nope, that is a child's desk. That is definitely like a children's desk.
It'll at least read better than the giant one.
I thought I had saved them to the right size, and I hadn't. Saved one to a size that's far too small to make sense. I'm gonna pull this out so people can laugh with us.
Anna. So you need somewhere in between those two, huh?
I do. I need something that's a bit larger.
But not monsters.
But smaller than the original size. So I'll have to take care of that. This is the desk that has printed. It has some support structures in there, that's what those are. Take this off. I'm gonna put my paintbrush in there. Cap this. So there's the desk, right? And where did I set? And here's Soloth for scale. That is.
It's like well, if you sit on the floor, it's alright.
This is. I'm pretty amused by this. That does not work. And the other disc that we have is
up to his neck.
It's up to his neck. It's a Spider-Man disc, I call it.
Yeah. Because of the meme.
Okay, I'm gonna go fix that. Not quite perfect.
Just us again.
Remember the cards.
All right. Alright, 2 more walls and 3 door frames to paint. Whew. There's been a lot. So there's a little cleanup spot I need to do there. I'm not going to do cleanup until I can do the floors though and get the red, because I'm sure I'll need to do a tiny bit of cleanup along the bottom as well. Mm. Sorry I'm so quiet. I just had a sleepy day today. I'm just working through all the black wood on all of these tiles. There's a lot of them, and a little repetitive, but that's okay. Okay. Now all I have left for this black are the 3 doors here. And these do take a bit. There's a lot of wood in them. So I guess I'll just get right to it. So you can see a bit of the difference of a painted side and an unpainted side there. Welcome back. Welcome back. Think you got it now?
I think so. I pulled out an STL of a character and compared it against that.
Oh. And so that Sir came on?
Yes. And he's on the larger side.
Yes, he is on the taller side.
So I made him I made desk a little smaller. And these desks, they printed okay.
Yeah, it's just the scale was the only part that was off.
Yeah.
Sure have been painting a lot of this specific style lately in preparation for this one shot. You know?
Yes. So we'll hang on to these desks because they're usable. It could be, like halfling desks.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely nothing wrong with the shape and the end product, just the scale.
So the next time we break out into a fight in the middle of halfling immigration, office, we'll be ready. Right?
Yes.
When we're going into Pinty Vale or whatever, right?
Yes, when you're going into Pinty Vale, the one of the two, halfling and
No.
halfling and gnome territories. Yes.
Okay. Oh. Jeez. These door frames take a lot.
Are you through all of those, though? All the frames?
No, I have these two left.
I have two left. Okay.
See, they're pretty messy still.
Gotcha.
But once I get through them, I still need to go along the outside edges. But I like to use a bigger brush for that because it goes quicker. Coffee. Hmm? Hmm? Ah. We're not gonna need any more of these out for a while, right? This time?
No. No, we won't. So tomorrow, we're shooting the one-shot.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we tell people about the one-shot a little bit, what we're doing?
It's a loosely Western theme, but the big conceit is that we're all, well, the whole world is not humans, but rather animals. Not like Zootopia animals either, like
Animals.
animals. Ugh, geez. That's gonna need some cleanup in there. Oh, well. Yeah, so we are full on regular animals.
There's no, like, human appendages.
The only thing we really have human-wise is, like, language and, you know, the ability to make things. Right? Basically.
Yes.
But even then, everything is made at, like, human scale. So doors are either way too big or way too small for a lot of animals.
Mm-hmm.
If it's like a cow versus like a mouse.
There's almost no animals that anything is built the right size for.
Like a small horse, maybe? Like a Shetland pony? A large pig? Perhaps?
Maybe a large pig.
Although some pigs get very, very big, and that would probably be too big for like some of the boars.
Yeah, they get huge. When you said Shetland, the first thing that entered my mind was bye, bye, little Sebastian.
Miss you in the slightest fashion. Yeah. A tiny horse. So, do you want to talk about the other than just the setup of like we're animals in the Wild West? Do you want to give any preview about it? Technically, we're in the wild animal West.
Yeah.
Free wilds. So we jump past giant robot spider and straight into regular spider.
Yeah, there's just normal spiders.
But they talk somehow. Don't ask too many questions.
Don't think about it too much.
The mandibles are able to make English just fine.
So here's the basic setup. In the town of Cesspit, there has been a local gang that's been terrorizing the territory.
A local gang of
Prairie dogs.
prairie dogs.
That's been terrorizing local territories for
A number of years.
quite a long time now. This gang goes by the name of the Hairy Prairie Boys. Led by their notorious mother, Meemaw. They recently caused a train wreck just outside of town and stole a whole bunch of something, but nobody knows what because they also took the cargo manifest with them. And Marshall Fivels,
The mouse.
the mouse, gets called in from Big City to investigate.
To sort it out. You should move your camera.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah.
Oh,
Probably.
you were off camera, that's all. Go on. Big City, Fivels, the Marshal. Harry Prairie Boys.
So Five-O's gathers up a
crew,
trusted crew
a team.
to investigate the Harry Prairie Boys and put a stop to their notorious actions once and for all. They'll have a big gunfight because it's a Western.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta be a gunfight.
Yeah.
And we are using a game module, my own creation.
Very simple one, because it's just a one-shot. Alright.
Yeah. And, while we're talking about game modules, if anyone's interested in making their own setting and their own rules, doing what's called a homebrew, if you are so interested in that, I recommend starting by making a one-shot. Because when you make a one-shot and the rules for it, you basically have to consider what is the story that you want to tell, what's the adventure that you want your players to go on,
and what are the tools they'll need to do that specific adventure. Right?
Yep, and you create the game around that idea. Because in a one-shot, the nice thing is you don't have to have rules to try to describe every action that someone could want to take. Because you're telling a short story.
It's sort of like going from D&D to more like, here's a board game. You know, it's like, it's all contained within the board. Like, you're playing life, you don't need to determine how to cook. You know?
Yeah, it's not a necessary
step that you need to define.
So by creating rules for a one-shot, you can get an idea of game balance and crafting process. And the first few times that you do it, you are gonna miss some things. And even after the first few times you do it, you're probably gonna miss some things. Because that's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
And you know what? That is perfectly fine. But making your own custom sort of D&D module that is supposed to be like a full-throated role-playing game in a world where you can do anything and accomplish anything, right? That is a lot to bite off the first time that you go designing something.
Yeah, trying to make rules for everything in the universe. It's a little hard, and that's, I mean, even D&D, you run, which has been around for ages, you run into all sorts of situations where it's like, well, there's not really a specific rule for everything, and a lot of things are sort of genericized, fiated, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
It's like, I mean, even just like, oh, I would like, you know, you sort of genericize things. So it's like, I want to cook, making coffee and cooking a 5-course meal are the same skill, you know, which is like just cooking utensil proficiency.
And some DMs might not even, like, make you do that.
Right. Because it's just like, hey,
You know how to make coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
Other DMs might.
Depends a lot on your personal gaming style, your group's gaming style.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, if you're trying to make coffee especially good for like a visiting dignitary or something, you know, situationally, yeah. Like, the thing is, like, there's no perfect rule system. Because if there was,
everyone would be using it.
And it would be horribly unwieldy to play. Because, you know, you have to know a rule for every single thing you could ever do in real life. You know? Plus,
and that's asking a lot of people.
Plus magic.
And throw some magic in there, why not?
So, like, the scale of any role-playing game comes down to, like, how much you want generic versus specificity. Ultimately, you know?
Yes.
And something like Dungeons and Dragons is actually much better as a combat simulator than it is necessarily a role-playing system. It has improved over the years in that regard, but it was designed originally off of combat simulation.
Yeah, most of the rule set that exists within Dungeons and Dragons exists to describe combat. The rulebook for role-playing, if they had just said, you don't fight in Dungeons and Dragons. You know, there's no fighting.
Or if there is, you roll the fight dice and whoever has the highest one wins.
Yeah. If that were it, the book, all three books for like the core rule books, you've got the Monster Manual, the Dungeon Master's Guide, and the Player's Guide. It would be
like one book.
A thick pamphlet.
Yeah.
To cover the role playing.
And it's like, you do need to build out, like, if you want a fun, coherent game system that anyone could pick up and play, you can always, you know, people can always say, like, hey, this is a full sandbox game. Just sort of say what you want to do, and the DM will, like, give you a random chance to do it, you know? And there's no skills, none of this, blah, 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 right? You can definitely play that way. Like, you can basically do like a rules-free sandbox game. But a lot of the fun of gameplay in role-playing games comes from sort of the variation and stuff. So you get like your list of skills in D&D, and like you're good at some, someone else in your group's good at others. And it helps create that sort of difference and variation. And, you know, there's people like this sort of mechanical aspect to it sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm just painting in the side edges right now.
Gotcha.
Those are currently just the primer. So I'm going through and getting all of them painted properly. Like, honestly, D&D would be less fun without the skills. You know? If you were just like, I wanna break a door down, or like I wanna run for 50 miles, you know, an athletics check or a constitutions check or whatever. Like an athletics check is a little more fun and defined. So like adding definition can be a good thing, you know?
Yeah.
Right? Like the simplest thing is like you roll a d20 and see if you pass the DC. That's like the basic core of it. But adding specificity, adding areas where you're good and bad, adding in that variation is what sort of makes up the game and makes it more fun. And even for role playing. So if you're doing like basic game design, let's say you're making a Western where everyone's animals, right?
Mm-hmm. Just as a random example.
So everyone likes rolling dice. So let's say you're going with the conceit of, I want there to be dice rolling in my game. It's an option, you don't have to do it, for sure. But let's just say, for example, you're like, I want to have dice rolling in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go, okay. So they will be rolling dice to take actions. How do you determine... Well, first you go, what kind of dice are they rolling? Because there's always, you know, the D20 is the Dungeons and Dragons one, right? But there's a lot of other games that use D6s, they use D10s, they use D100s. I can think of a number that do all, like Shadowrun's D6 based, World of Darkness tends to be D10 based, and some of the Call of Cthulhu versions are D100 based, for example. Like the D20 is not necessarily the be-all, end-all of dice rolling. So it's like, okay, you're rolling dice. How many dice and what kind of dice do I want them to be rolling? And let's say you choose D6s as a random example.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go, all right, so what determines success or failure? Are you doing, you know, a cumulative number? Are you doing, you only roll 1d6? Do you roll, you know, there's so many sub-variations within that you have to decide. Right? So let's say you have a possible list of things they can do from 1 to 8, for example. Random example, right?
Yes. These are all the things that our game system is built on in the Wild West setting.
So then you go, okay, so let's say you just have to sort of arbitrarily choose how it's defined. And let's say you go, you can have up to a maximum of 8 dice, and you have like a dice pool system. So if you have a stat that is ranked at 6, you get to roll 6 d6s. Right? And then you need to go about defining how in-depth do you want to go with your skill system. I think, you know, like Dungeons and Dragons has over 20 skills that are associated with statistics like strength, dexterity, constitution, right? So you have those base ones, then you have skills that are affected by them, and it gets pretty big and complicated pretty quick. And it's one of the difficult points of entry for people, having these big charts of stats and skills. Separate from weapons and attacks and combat even. So let's say you want to be simpler, and you're like, let's have 4 stats, no skills. Those stats are just going to be how you determine what you're rolling, right?
Yep.
And you're like, well, we make them Western themed because we're making a Western, right? So you make them what? What would you suggest as stats?
Since we're talking about the Western,
I don't
using
have
it
to. You
as
can
an
make-
example. So I'll explain the game system that we built this around. We came up with 4 stats that roughly represent, some basic character elements here. You have Moxie, which is your sort of character, your charisma, your force of will,
Your perception.
your perception. It's your ability to read a
Read the
crowd and understand what they're looking for, right? That's Moxie. And consequently give them what they're looking for, right? Then you have Brawn. Now that's just how strong you are. How far can you run? How much weight can you lift?
Your sort of physical limitations.
How quick on your feet are you? Then we have Grit. Just how tough are you? How can you push through a challenge? Whether it be mental
Or
physical. How do you do that? That's Grit. And, do you remember what the last one was?
Learning.
Learning. And learning is just to measure how many books you read.
Not how smart you are, just how many books you've read.
Yep. Big difference. And we keep it at 4 because it's simple. It's not hard to teach someone 4 different things. The DM just makes a judgment call.
On what it best fits into, whatever the action
Whatever
is.
you want to do. You want to try talking to someone and convince them of a plan? Box. You want to try fixing an engine? Learn it. Do you know how? Did you read the manual? Have you read similar manuals? You get bit by a snake in your boot.
But
And
then
you did,
that's a rude snake.
and it's a rude snake. You were in a fight with a snake, he bit you through your boot, now do you stay awake? That's a grit check. That's sort of how the game is designed. So using the very simple techniques of what do you actually care about players determining? What is important in your game? Keeping your storytelling focused and sort of narrow. These are the sorts of things that when you're building your own rule set, you think about. Yep, I'm just letting them cool. That's the kind of stuff to consider. And as you get more advanced and you consider the sort of game that you want to make, the rules that you're interested in crafting, the sort of environment that you want people to exist in, the type of dice that you use in your game also shifts. And it's not just a matter of what sort of dice do you want people to roll. And I'll give you an example. In Dungeons & Dragons, since the very first iteration, you have rolled a d20. And obviously that means there are 20 sides, numbers 1 through 20. Each result, because it is a 20-sided die, has, assuming it is equally weighted, 5% chance of appearing. So that means that your outcome possibility spread in a game built around a d20 as determining the outcome of something is built on 5% increments. Because that's how that's done. You have 5% increments. And let's say you consider passing on something to be a 15 or above.
Without any modifiers,
Yes, without any modifiers. That means that the results are 15, 16, 17, 18, and 20. 20, it being the highest on this, and that gives you a 30% chance of success. Just on average. That's what that means. That same result, if you want success to be 30% in any given chance of doing anything, well, you can achieve that same result on a d6 by just saying 5 and 6. They're the same. You get into these, what is the probability of each side appearing on these dice? What is the chance that this occurs? How do you want to weight success and failure? Taking into account the number of sides and thus the increments of probability that you deal in. All of that gets into your game design. And you can see this being addressed in 5th edition of Dungeons & Dragons. Instead of having the flat, alright, everyone rolls a d20, these increments are the success. Because in 5th edition, and to a lesser extent 4th edition, it really came down to you had all these like modifiers. All these modifiers, and it was really, really bad in 3rd edition. Where you could have like a plus 40 to your sneak, right?
It's like, why am I bothering rolling a d20? It's not adding that much.
Like, the 20 is ultimately, at most, half of what my sneak skill is. So it doesn't matter what I do. And the response from the DM is usually, oh, well, you are really, really good at it, but you're facing harder enemies, so the number that you need to get there is a lot higher. So you have this game of escalating numbers. This happens in video games too, especially like persistent video games where you continue to grow a character.
Like MMOs and stuff.
MMOs run into this frequently. Diablo 3 ran into this, and then they have to do something called a number
crunch.
Squish.
Call
it a number squish. They're just like, okay, these numbers are too big.
You're doing a 300 billion damage.
Yeah, to constantly calculate. So we're going with 1/100th of the damage, and everything is divided by 100, just to scale everything down.
Yeah.
Because it got too big. And that happens fairly regularly, especially in video game design, but also in game design. You saw it in 3rd edition, and to a lesser extent 4th edition of Dungeons & Dragons, where like the numbers were just huge, and they didn't really mean anything, because at the end of the day, it always came down to how well did you roll on the d20. That's all that people were really looking at in 3rd edition.
Right, because it's like, oh, you have 4D sneak. I'm going to set the DC to 55, right. And now you're just doing I'm looking for a 15 again.
Exactly. And this was a problem.
Yeah.
They addressed this in 5th edition to a great extent by saying, yeah, your skills are a lot. You don't get, you can't rank up your skills.
Your proficiency grows a little over time, but not that much. You know, because you still like RPGs, you always like the feeling of forward growth, development.
Yeah. In 5th edition, you have essentially fixed numbers for all of your stats. All of your abilities, all the things are mostly fixed. There's not too many things you can do to change them around.
You can increase your stat and grow your proficiency. That's about it.
And that made it much more honest about what the game was really built around. It was built around, getting a 15.
And then well, I have goggles of eagle vision that give me plus 20 to perception.
Yes. Okay, well, I'll set the DC at, 37 then, right?
Yeah.
And it stopped doing that as part of game design, and it came back to the DC and DC means difficulty check. It's the shorthand of saying, how hard is it?
The target number, basically.
And you have to get above that number to succeed. So
at or above. No.
In 5th edition, yes.
Yeah.
At or above. So you have all those numbers that got squished down, simplified, and they implemented something that many other games have done already through different methods. They implemented the advantage and disadvantage to weight the probability that you are going to do well or poorly in your particular task, whatever you're going out to try to do. It weights that by saying, you roll at advantage, you roll 2 d20s, and you take the higher of the two numbers. That drastically changes the probability that you're going to do better, that you're going to perform better in this. It doesn't change the probability of any given die face appearing, but it does change the probability of your result. It weights it so that it's going to be higher.
Going from a 5% chance to get a 20 to now you have to get 2 20s in order to get a 20?
Yes.
Which, I'm very bad at math, is a lot less likely.
Yeah, you have a 5% chance of it happening once, and then you have a 5% chance of that happening on the other one independently. Both of them happening simultaneously.
Yeah, because you roll them both at the same time, so...
Yes.
Yeah.
So you have those sorts of probability measures that you're balancing out in more advanced game design. The game design that we went with is based around D6s and having what's called a pool, a dice pool that you roll multiple D6s, and you stack up your successes, you stack up your failures, and see what happens.
Well, it evens out the process a bit more.
And there's not a right way of doing this. That's not the point of this discussion. There's not a right way to do this. There are just different ways of doing this. And whatever your particular preference is, whatever you think is either the most fun or weights it just how you want it. One of the reasons that we used a D6 is because there are some pragmatic elements to this shoot. We're going to be fairly close quarters in the shoot. We don't have a ton of space in our studio, so people are going to be in a little tight area. And just using one type of die means that there are fewer types of die to keep track of, and fewer things to shift and change and look for stuff. So it helps keep the game going more quickly, because you only have one type of die to remember. And that's done because we're sitting close to each other, so there's less fumbling around. It also keeps the action going, because we're making a TV show. So that's part of it, too. You may choose, if you're designing a game, to design it around, like, hell, D6 D12s. I don't know if I've ever seen a design for a D12 game.
I think because it's just a D6 game, but with more.
Well, that depends on how you weight what the numbers mean.
That's true.
Because you now have subdivisions. So yeah, it's just, a D6 with twice the range. But if you weight those numbers differently, so if you say like 1 has more impact than 2 on a D12, well, now you need the D12 to have that game, and a D6 just wouldn't do. Well, especially if you continue that, and like 3 has a different value, well, then 4, and you keep subdividing further down. Shifting topics for a moment, I wanted to see how these would turn out. So I did a little experiment on these. Now, normally when you print things like the table here, this desk, when you have a lot of space, you need support structures to help hold that up. But there's a principle within 3D printing with thermoplastics called bridging. And it says that, I'm going to pull this back. So this was the support structure. It's a little bit hard to see all the fine pieces in here. A bit. Again, all of these little pieces, they're all to make sure that this prints nice. Bridging says that if you have 2 pieces, say like one here and one here, you can take that thermoplastic and, like a spider leaving behind a trail of silk for its web, you can actually bridge between 2 spots without having support structures. So I gave it a try with these desks to see how well it would work. And ta-da! It worked really well, actually. I'm pleased with how that came out. These are the 2 rafts. Because of the temperatures down here, I usually print rafts. Gives better bed adhesion for us. But this was printed without supports.
Yeah, that looks good. That'll do.
Not everything is gonna print that way. And the key with bridging to remember is that you have to go...
Hey, Lady Kachara.
Hey, Lady K, how are ya? The key with bridging is that you have to remember you need to go from one pillar to another, and then it will print, generally speaking, okay, but not always. If you have an overhang, you'll get some looping, and I'm gonna grab those so I can show you what I mean by overhang. Lady Kachara says, doing okay, working, so lurking a bit. 10-hour shift today. Oh good
geez.
lord.
Yikes.
Ouch.
That sounds awful.
That sucks. Okay, let me pull this camera up. And get it in here. There we go. So, this is one of the... this is one of the houses that we have painted on stream before.
Oh. Those ones took forever.
And you can see in here there is some curling that's going on. You can see it up here and here. There's all this curling that's going on within that structure. That curling is the result of it being an overhang. It's too steep. So when you print out, there's nothing for it to land on. So it just like falls over limp like a noodle. And eventually you do kind of get some piece adhesion and build as it runs into other plastics and you can hang on to it. We printed these long time ago now. I've learned a lot about 3D printing since then, and I would do this differently than I had done at the time. And this is actually not the best piece designed for
Printing.
Yeah, for FDM printing. There's a lot of little issues that you have to overcome when you're printing a piece like this. Like figuring out, okay, how do we get this to print this way, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And one way that you could do that is by slicing the piece in half, like right down the middle here. And you'd wind up with a seam. By slicing down the middle, you'd wind up with a little seam there. But then you could print it up so you wouldn't have any of this spooling. You could also print with supports underneath all of these, and that would help support it, but it looks kind of messy. And you can actually see, and here, see all these little dots? That's the support on there, forming just a little bit of a bond. You can even see it on these miniatures that we purchased. These are done in resin. And I've painted over a lot of them now. But in here, you can just barely make out at this point. There's some little dots. Some little dots through here. See those very light white little reflective specks in the cape? Those are supports from the printing there, too. You can't really get rid of them unless you try to sand them down, file them off. Then you're also kind of damaging the parts around it, too. So the ideal is to print support-free as often as possible. Not always possible. But when you can, you should. Because it can turn out better. So I experimented with this, and came out pretty pleased. That gap is coverable. So we have two very nice desks. I'm happy right now. Yeah.
I'm just getting these doors painted in. I'm gonna wait for those to dry so I can flip them over and do the other side. How are they looking?
These desks. Those are good, yeah.
Okay. Set those aside for the moment. I'm gonna be putting some umber on all these floors.
The thing I like about the desks is that we'll be able to use them for other things too.
Oh yeah.
That's also why I like these safes.
That you've been painting today.
Here's the safe that I made. Get the camera
it's very
even closer.
Glare with all this solar.
Yeah, it's a very high gloss metal paint. I'll take a picture and post it on social media. It's a very simple object, and I want to go and kind of clean up the design I have for these, because I designed this. This is the first 3D object I designed all on my own. I'm pretty happy with that. I want to go clean them up so it looks just a little bit better. It's around the edges. This is what I'm talking about. Around the edges, I have some little rivets that I put in, and it's just too small of a detail at the scale they are. Well, thank you very much for saying they look great. I appreciate that.
They're for our Western one-shot we're making, because there might or might not be a bank robbery.
It's going to be a bank robbery attempt.
Attempted bank robbery.
Yes. It's hard to have, like, all of the turns of your session be secret from your players when you're painting it on Twitch.
Yeah? Why?
You're like, let's go paint on Twitch. They'll never see it coming.
Yeah. Or when your players are the ones painting the things. That's happened a few times when
Many times.
you're like, I need you to paint this very specific weird thing that you definitely don't need to worry about or think about.
Although a few times you've screwed yourself over. That mushroom tree thing that you painted.
Oh, just for funsies?
Yeah.
And then
It
you're like,
inspired me to make a monster out of it.
yeah, that's true. Where is that mushroom?
It's just over there.
Oh.
The good news is, it's been found that knowing something's going to happen, what we call spoilers, doesn't actually make it less enjoyable.
No. That's been scientifically proven that spoilers don't actually ruin your enjoyment of something.
Some studies even show that it improves your enjoyment.
Because you get to anticipate it.
Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of the anti-spoiler sentiment really comes from writers.
I could see that.
Because as a writer, you know, every good story, doesn't matter the genre, has the turn. It always has the turn, the twist of fate, you know, that you don't necessarily see it building to the whole time. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't.
It depends on how well written it is. Sometimes.
And it doesn't always have to be like, oh, this big shock. Sometimes the turn is more simple. Sometimes the turn is the guy falls for the girl that they've just been friends the whole time.
Or sometimes the turn is just a bird.
That too?
There's a bird called a tern.
Yes.
But it's T-E-R-N.
Yes. And I think most of the anti-spoiler stuff really comes from writers. Sort of building that culture up of, don't ruin my really well-written plot twist, because it is really well-written most of the time. It's something that they want you to see. They want that reaction, like, what?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
So I think a lot of that comes from writers wanting to preserve their well-written work. Which I get that. That's a understandable, natural feeling. It's like the surprise party. You want it to be a surprise for the person, right?
I think we also culturally, like, have that. Like, I think the Luke, I am your father really, like,
oh yeah,
solidified the, like the secret, oh my god, turn in, like, popular culture.
An interesting thing I just learned about the Luke, I am your father. Right?
Yeah.
And I really mean just learned about this. So the original Darth Vader actor, not his voice, that was famously James Earl Jones.
Yeah.
Did Darth Vader's voice. The actor who gave life to Darth Vader, a gentleman by the name of David Prowse, who is very tall.
Yeah.
Was similar in height to the actor who gave life to Chewbacca, David Mayhew.
Yeah,
They both died, unfortunately, not too many years ago. We've actually met, not David Mayhew, Peter Mayhew.
Yeah.
And we've met Peter Mayhew. He was a really, really nice guy.
He was very sweet.
He was super sweet. He came to Comic-Con and we met him, and a lot of people didn't really care. It's like, guys, this is Chewbacca. Like, the Chewbacca.
Space Dan.
He is Space Dad. And
in the sequel,
in the
he's
sequels,
like
Chewbacca is
he's
definitely Rey's
basically
dad.
just spends the whole time driving Rey to soccer practice.
Yeah, that's true. And you know, it was really nice. But David Prowse gave life to Darth Vader.
No, yeah.
And he was also known to be a very nice man. But George Lucas was really pissed at him. Because before Empire Strikes Back was even written, Mayhew was giving an interview to a small group of reporters with different British tabloids. And he was sort of joking that, oh yeah, it's going to turn out that Vader is Luke's father. He was joking about that. But of course, we all know now that's true. That is who the plot was. And
Lexi, spoilers.
This didn't go very far in the media. Like,
because it was a clear joke.
It was 2 years before the premiere of Empire Strikes Back, which was like 6 months before Lucas was even working on the script at all, much less shooting and editing and principal production and everything. Yeah, way before any of that happened. And it got back to George
That he joked about.
that he was joking about it, and nobody knew. Pretty famously, no one knew that twist was coming.
Yeah.
In fact,
The
on
lines
the
on
Empire
set were-
Strikes Back set, Mayhew's dialogue on set as Darth Vader to Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker
was like,
was,
I killed your
Luke,
father?
I killed your father.
Yeah.
And only Mark Hamill, the actors on set, knew what the real
Yeah.
line was that James Earl Jones was going to be reading in the voiceover. He was told that so he could properly react.
And wasn't everyone like, whoa, that was a big reaction for...
Yeah, people were like, what is that?
Like he was already...
overacting a bit, Mark.
Like, you were already told that he killed your father.
Like, yeah,
in the
Mark. We know. And that's kind of this famous story about that scene. But Lucas found out that Mayhew had made this joke, but he didn't know that he never seemed to conceive of it as a joke. And he got word back to Mayhew that Lucas was super pissed at him and banned him, straight up banned him from any Star Wars events. He couldn't go. He could not attend any Star Wars events. And as a consequence of all that, you see, I forget the name of the actor who portrayed Darth Vader in Return of the Jedi when Luke takes his mask off as he's dying on the Death Star, right?
Mm-hmm.
When that happens, it's not Peter Mayhew who is portraying the face of Darth Vader. And it is because George Lucas was still super pissed at him for ruining the reveal that he had in mind. Like, years before he could have ever known. He got super bitter about it, and then didn't let him portray that. I just read about that. And it's like corroborated by his Mayhew's former agent and family and stuff like that. Lucas didn't comment at all on it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. So that's what it's that kind of story where I think it makes me think the writers more than anything else, are the ones that
Really, really care.
really, really care about that turn being preserved.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to wash these walls?
Yeah, give them a black wash.
Okay.
Here, I've been using that cup.
Perfect.
The previously painted ones also have a black wash, so you want them to match.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure what you had done, so I wanted to double check. Did I do this?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
I don't remember doing them.
You did?
Cool. I was kind of getting a feeling of almost deja vu while I was painting these.
Deja vu.
There's rational thought is deja vu. I forget that whole line from Inside
Let's
Out.
see. I think now all I need to do is get the sides on these doors with the umber wash. But it's a little, they're a little tacky right now. I can probably just get them like that. Alright. Set those over there to dry. Alright, so once I get these doors done, what should I work on? I can't do the floors because we ran out of red. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I've been doing these dungeon tiles, but they're supposed to be this red floor base, and ran out of red paint. I was doing a lot of them, and they're supposed to be more like that.
Do we need to? So when we go to the store to pick some up at
Hobby craft store.
the hobby paint store, when we go to the hobby paint store to pick them up, do we need to go to the slightly closer one or the older one that's farther down?
I think they both carry the same paint, but I know the older one has the paint for sure. I think the closer one has it. Has it as well. Pretty sure.
Okay, I mean, it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter to me either.
Because I'll put on like real clothes. We'll go out. We actually need to go out because exciting news, everyone. Exciting news. We were able to snag a 3070 for you.
Yeah, grab a 3070 Ti.
And yeah, a 3070 Ti. I need to go pick that up from Best Buy.
Yeah, so I can't work on any of these dungeon tiles until we get red paint for the bases. Because this needs one more coat and all that. And I have about half an hour, so what should I work on?
Well, we've got a few like odds and ends. We got a fireplace over there. I think that's primed.
Boring.
Are those primed over there?
Those counters.
The counters.
Yeah, they're primed.
There's a thing you could work on. You could work on my little desk that needs a repair.
That needs a little glue.
Yeah, it needs a little glue in there. You could work on that. See that back one?
Yeah.
Where'd the black wash go? Where'd it go?
This little desk. Yeah, I suppose I could do one of those things.
There is sarcophagus that you could paint. I've been sort of working on it, but you could take it over.
No,
I'm not that territorial about my paintings.
You're very territorial.
Really not.
So you have these little, they're hard to see, they're counters. I can work on those for a little while. Do you care about what color wood there?
You could also quickly prime some of these other things that we've got ready, like these desks.
Yeah.
Just a quick spray. It's up to you. If you're not feeling, until you're like, I don't really want to work on these.
I'm just sleepy, that's why I'm complaining in general.
Whiny, 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 I am sleepy. That's how we're both kind of feeling today. But when I'm tired and then you fill me full of 90% coffee, I get very singy. So then I sing about random stuff, like the hobby paint store. And I write jingles.
For the hobby paint store. And your jingle store.
We're online jingle store.
That's the jingle.
That's the jingle. It was suggested earlier that I open up a presence on Fiverr, writing
sell jingles.
Writing bad jingles for businesses.
Can you hand me the dark gray?
I kind of like that idea. I kind of like the idea of writing bad jingles. And when you commission me to write a jingle for your storefront, you can either tell me the name of your business or describe what your business does, but not both.
So if you're up like you put pools in at people's houses, let's say,
And you call yourself
stews,
Elite Water.
elite water.
And, you say, you describe the business to me. I might write a song that goes, we dig a hole, then fill it back up with cement and water.
Or, do you like being wet outside in a controlled way? Like that?
Do you like being wet outside in a modestly controlled way? If so, call this number and we will charge you lots of money to dig a hole in the ground for you. That would be the jingle. Or if it's Elite Water and I just get that name, it would be, we are premier special water. We're better than your water.
Has nothing to do with
No.
Nothing to do with pools, because it's not in the name.
No. Now, I'm not sure that this is going to be the most successful business venture,
But you will be.
damn it, it would be fun.
You will be very aggressive about it. Right?
What do you mean very aggressive?
Like, can't I have you describe what we actually do and have my name?
No.
No, absolutely not.
That defeats the
And then you
purpose.
just say you're fired and walk away.
You're fired, person who's trying to pay me money. Oh, I like this idea for a business. I think we should do it. We'd sell like a few songs as a joke. And like John Oliver would somehow like backdoor commission it and just describe what they do, but describe it poorly to me so I don't catch on, and then have me write a jingle for the show. You know that would happen because he's constantly finding an insane thing to give too much money to.
It's like the reviews are like, well, they were very aggressive, charged way more than it was worth, and they wouldn't let me promote my business properly, but at least the jingle was also bad.
The product was as described in a way that I don't know what I expected.
The product came in exactly as described, and I was still disappointed.
And then we'll respond to that comment and go, another satisfied customer. I'll just say, perfect. I'm glad you enjoyed the service. Thanks for shopping.
You're fired.
You're fired. Just end every communication with that. That's our signature on the emails. You're fired. There's no like orchestration. There's no instruments. No,
just you singing a cappella.
It's just me singing into a mic. I don't layer it. I don't sing like another layer. Like I don't go, "Welcome to the hobby paint store." Like I don't do that and then like layer them together. No, what am I producing a TikTok here?
No.
No, I'm running a business.
I'm trying to run a legitimate business.
I'm trying to run a legitimately bad business. I don't have time for layering. I need that time to screw over customers who thought they might get a good product. No. The more we talk about it, the more that I'm liking this business idea.
Mm-hmm.
In a month, we'll be promoting our latest business venture on stream. Today's stream is brought to you by Bad Jingles. Like what? Bad Jingles, the only company where I write you a jingle that sucks.
And then fire you.
And then fire you.
The client.
Oh man. I have had some positions within customer service where every once in a great while I actually get to tell a customer to I basically get to fire them.
Leave and don't come back.
Yeah. One of my favorite things that I've ever gotten to do in customer service was, and I'm going to be very generic in this description because I don't want to talk about which company this was with or give anyone any ideas about where I was at the time. I had a customer ask me because they were dissatisfied with their product that they had received. And the product and service they received, there's nothing wrong with it at all. They received exactly what anyone receives. They didn't receive a lower service, there was nothing defect, there was nothing wrong. They just didn't like it. And they were calling to complain to me about it. And they were demanding, like a refund. And I was explaining to them why I'm not going to give them a refund for this. Because at the time this happened, I was a I was a manager, so I really had to be sure that I upheld company policy, that I wasn't gonna break anything. You know, I'm not putting my job on the line to give you a refund for a product that you just aren't happy with. Like, I'm just not gonna do it. And especially when you're not being nice to me, which this person wasn't.
On top of it, yeah.
And this person asks me the question, well, what would you have done? And I went, do you really want to know what I would have done? And the person went, yeah, I do. What would you have done in my situation? And I go, I would not have called me. And they went, what? I wouldn't have called me. I would never have purchased the product that you did. I would not have done literally anything that you did. And I would have approached this conversation if I truly was dissatisfied after somehow still making the decision. I would have approached it more kindly because I would have known that you're talking to a person who did not make this product, who didn't design this product, who didn't set the price point for this product, didn't determine what the service level for this product was. I'm just here to help problem solve issues that arise. I would have been very nice to me. And this person was like, really? But yeah, absolutely. I don't think you have anything to complain about right now. And I think that you're completely in the wrong. And I would never be in the situation you're in. Because I would never have allowed myself to get here. Because I've worked in the service industry long enough to know that this call and this approach is not only futile, but counterproductive. It's wasting my time. And this person was like, I have never had anyone be honest with me about any of that. And I went, well, that's why I asked you, do you really want to know, well, what I would have done in your situation? And they said, like, I've really never had anyone do that. And like, and they said, like, I'm sorry. I think you're right. I really screwed this up, didn't I? I went, yeah, you did. I will be nice to you and I will tell you things and try to make you feel better, but you screwed this up. This is on you. And I'm like, you know, I didn't expect to feel it, but thank you for being honest about that. I was like, you're welcome. I will do everything I can to make, you know, you feel better about this product or solve anything that is legitimately wrong, but I can't fix any of the problems that you're bringing me today. Because they're not problems that are with the product. They're just problems that you didn't get everything you wanted in life. And you wanted more than you could ever have reasonably expected from what we do here. They were like, this was a really refreshing and eye-opening conversation. I appreciate you taking the time to just call me out on my crap. I went, you're welcome. Is there anything else I can do for you? And they just like went off stunned. Like they just like had no recourse, nothing. Where, because I had told them at that point, you're not getting what you want. I'm not gonna do it. You weren't nice to me, which doesn't make me inclined to help anymore. This is not gonna go anywhere positive for you. And they were just like, I legitimately don't know what to do here. I went, well.
That's right. How do you feel about the doors?
Oh, they're wonderful.
Okay.
They're really great. I think I got all the little desks
That you want?
Yeah. I got 4 little desks out of this.
We have 8 walls, and little fence walls in total.
Well, I got these 4 here.
There's 2 over there, and there's 2 that were already painted.
Yep.
Do you need any more?
I can print another one, because these are just useful. Like having little stone walls. a question for you, huh?
Yeah.
Thinking about some of the stuff that we can make and sell through our eventual online store as we continue to work through prototyping pieces. How would you feel about selling little wall pieces like this?
I think
As like just a standalone kind of pack, like a scenery pack. You can get little walls like that.
I would like to see if are there corners
Of this, no. At least I don't think there are. I could go double check that when we're done streaming, because it's not. I've jumped off stream a couple times to go model what we're printing
but
right now.
this is not as pressing.
This is not as pressing. I'm gonna set these over here and let them dry.
I think that could be cute. I feel like it would help to have a little something extra with them. But I think they're nice.
I'm also, while I'm sitting here waiting, I'm kind of wrapping up. I am gonna take this here
And glue up those last.
and glue up those pieces. Because all I need is just a little bit of paper.
Because you have your teller window, right?
Yeah. Now this piece is one that I've made, but it's a remix modification. Let me. Do I have like a normal window somewhere around here?
No.
Yes, I do.
Oh, yes.
So that's a normal window, and then I put in this little hole to make like a bank teller window. Fairly simple, straightforward. Nothing real complicated about it. Just a minor modification. But I like how it turned out. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, it's cute. Yeah, we'll need those glued together, so when I prime everything else, I can prime those as well.
Just need a little bit of epoxy. And I have been working on, this isn't the most ideal
Design.
Gluing mix surface, but
no, but you don't.
I don't
feel
need
like...
very much, and I don't want to waste a bunch of paper.
Yeah.
So this is just fine. I'm gluing together two pieces. I've been working on a design for our pieces that
drastically
almost eliminates or will eliminate
a lot of the glue.
A lot of the gluing elements, because the gluing element is the most fragile and delicate, and just sort of like you have to do this spot this way. It's tedious and annoying, you know?
And it breeds inconsistency.
It does. So, I'm trying to find ways to
I'm getting all the
cut that
little
out.
detailed sections here first, and I'm going to use a bigger brush for like the top.
Because you can't have... You really don't want to have too much glue. I mean, for all the reasons like, yes, you have too much glue. Obviously, you don't want that. But if you have too much glue, you risk getting the glue, specifically the epoxy, into the holes where the magnets are. And if that happens,
it can mess up the magnet system.
Then the magnets can't spin, so they face the right direction. And now they're no good.
Now your piece is messed up.
So I'm working on some physical binding, some tension hold pieces, snap-in stuff that we can use to cover up the magnets.
Yeah.
I'm working on some prototypes, but the tolerances here are really small, so designing elements that are small enough to work within the space,
but strong enough to do what you need.
yeah. And I would show you guys what I'm working on, but to my knowledge, we're the only people who are going to be producing it. I will get it to work. I will find a way to make this work.
It's honestly, it's close. You've gotten it quite close.
It is really close, but I need to tweak it because it's just not. It's not there yet.
Yeah.
But when I get it there, I think we'll be the only folks in the scenery painting, dungeon tile kind of industry. I don't know. How big does something have to be called an industry?
$2.
$2? Okay, it needs $2.
The lemonade stand industry.
Yeah. Right.
The child lemonade stand industrial complex.
So I'd show you guys what I'm working on, but I think we'll be the only ones doing it, and it will give us a pretty significant leg up in the overall build quality, because it would allow us to make much more seamless pieces with much less material and much less room for error.
So you're looking to like kind of keep this proprietary.
This is a little bit more of like a trade secret. Everything that we've shown you to this point is pretty open and out there and very common.
I mean, we even are showing you right now how we paint it.
Yeah, like this is not some secret trick. And part of the value that we hope people will see of our pieces is that they are all hand painted.
And you're not buying something that was spray painted in a factory.
There's a very large, well-known scenery manufacturer.
Who
a couple of them actually
might have recently switched to factory made.
Yeah, there's a fairly famous one that you probably know that switched their production line to factory fabricated stuff. And they still make a very nice product. I can't deny that. They make a nice product, but it's not what it used to be. It is cheaper than it used to be for the customer, but it just isn't what it used to be. And people have noticed. So we sort of pride ourselves on the fact that we do them ourselves. We still hand paint because the quality is higher when they're hand painted. They end up looking nicer, end up feeling nicer, performing better. As part of this stuff with these scenery things and with all nerd stuff, you want to show it off, right? You want to show off your nerdy things. That's part of the fun. And it's not as much fun when you can see manufacturing defects and you see where it's like, yeah, they didn't really care that much about that, you know? Then it just shifts it purely into functional, away from the little bit of artistic expression and uniqueness of a piece. If you've ever been to a Comic-Con, you're walking around looking at artists and stuff like that. Yeah, you take home that artist's take.
Right, like maybe, yeah, it's a picture of Deadpool or something, but they have interpreted Deadpool in their own way.
Or as one of my mouse pads, Deadpool is an otter.
Yeah.
It's very specific.
Targeting specifically you.
Yeah, it targets just me.
Because you love otters.
I love otters.
You like Deadpool.
I like Deadpool quite a bit. So it's a just for me thing. But it's funny. and I like it, and I have a mouse pad of it, and I wouldn't have purchased that if it was just like a normal Deadpool mouse pad.
No.
Like, I like Deadpool, but I don't like Deadpool that much. So we like the fact that we hand paint everything. It's important to us.
Yeah. I'll probably wrap up when I'm done with this one.
Yeah.
Because it's 2, right?
It's 2, and
we have some errands to run.
But we do have some errands to run this afternoon.
Red paint. Specifically. Especially. And
maybe we'll come back on later this evening because we do have some more things to paint.
There's a lot more to paint.
So we might come back on later this evening. If we have the energy to be on stream painting. It does take some energy to be on stream.
Mm-hmm.
So if we feel up to it, we might come back later, do some more painting, because I have 2 pieces that we do need to paint that are sitting over there drying.
We have to finish
and then we need to finish these floors here.
Once I get red. Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of painting today.
And I've had a couple of questions come in from our players about rules for tomorrow and everything. People sound really excited to come and play this.
Do they?
Yeah, it'll probably air in late May, early April.
Yeah.
Late April, early May. I said that backwards.
No, you got it right in the first one. There might be a whole year between.
Late May, early April, somewhere there. And I have our next one-shot filming. We already know what we're doing for that. We were going to do it over the holiday season, but then we had a little COVID scare with one of the friends we were going to film with. He didn't have COVID, so
he
was lucky.
He was sick, though. So.
He was sick, and we were just like, you know what? No chances. We're not taking chances. We don't want anyone getting sick.
I'll come back
and who has reminded us that they even have some props for this one.
Oh, they picked up some props?
Yeah, they picked up some props. I don't have any props for this.
Other than everything we're building. Right now.
I mean, I don't have any, character props.
Sure. Yeah.
I thought about maybe trying to order, a cowboy hat, but,
Now, what do we do with this?
What do I do with
crummy cowboy hat?
And I have... This is a problem for me. I have kind of a large circumference. I have a big head. There's no other way to say it. I have a big head. And hats never fit me. So I didn't want to buy a hat. They're like, oh yeah, it's definitely this circumference. I'm like, but is it?
Alright, so.
Those look really good. The safes against the floor, they pop. I'm happy. And your doors came out excellent.
Yeah, we'll have to assemble them into the frames once the frames are done being painted. But we'll be testing that new system as well there.
Yeah, and how did you think the walls came out?
They're good. I like them.
Yeah, here's the
nice, simple stone wall.
Simple stone wall.
It'll look better when it's not on gray.
Once a buddy hell, make me a character that has a challenge accepted.
All right.
Your character for the next one shot we do will have a top hat. I know the character that you're going to be playing. I've had them in mind for a long time, and you can wear a top hat, sir. You can wear a top hat in the next one.
All right. Well, we have a little cleanup to do, and then we're running errands. Thank you, everyone who joined us today, and everyone watching on YouTube.
And we might be back later
if we feel up to it. Yeah.
We might be back later this evening if we're feeling up to it. But yeah, we do have to run some errands now.
Yep.
Thanks again, everyone.
Thank you.
Reminder, we are not airing an episode this weekend.
We're taking off on the airing of episodes this weekend.
It's mostly because we're going to be working all day tomorrow.
On a one-shot.
And we need a break.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the reason. I can only fit so much into a weekend before I go.
All right. So,
thanks again, everyone.
Thank you.
We will see you either later tonight or on Monday. Yeah. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.